Good morning. Well, this is a bit of a surprise for everyone. No, ain't it? Um, decided, you know what? I need to work on my P1 stuff a bit. May as well do it live. May as well have some fun. See if anyone tunes in. Um, that's how I figured it anyway. Um, it's been a while since I said any VFR stuff. It's actually been about 2 weeks. So I figured, may as well hop in the Piper. Do a few things. Weather does not look the best. If we need to move, we can. But anyway, let's get in this thing, shall we? Did this thing actually save my view? What a surprise. That is a massive surprise. Let's go and connect up to VATSIM as Romeo Yankee November. PA P28. With the cell cal code. Because I'm too lazy to change it. Alright, let's see here. Almost as if it didn't want to do it. Alright, flight plan. Okay, we are going to be going VFR. Paper A. Light. SDA. Departure. Off block. We'll go off block in 15. No, we'll go off block at the end of the hour. Altitude 1500. 100 knots. Go do this for an hour first, and then we'll move on to some more fun. Maybe a VFR flight somewhere else. Fuel endurance. Bring about 3 hours of fuel. There we go. Flight plan filed. Alright, I have a checklist right here that is, by the way, an absolute mess. Because I spilled pickle juice all over it. First things first, I'm gonna check. That's not right. I'm gonna first check, do a bit of a controls check, and I immediately know that's not gonna work. That's why I put my off block time for a bit late. And shit, it's fucking pissing out there now. Oh shit, I don't have Volant installed. Oh, whatever. Oh, whatever. Alright. Do this. Right. Do that. Alright. Yeah, so it's getting a little interesting. The VFR departure in the rain. In the piss poor rain. Alright. Let's see here. Okay, that's working. This is that working? No. Is the trim working? Okay, trim is working. Alright. Two. Three. Okay. Let's see here. In terms of the rest of these controls, it probably has it saved somewhere. Probably just not aware of it. Cessna. And on this guy. See here. Does that have that saved now? Indeed it does. That's here. There we go. There we go. Alright. Let's take a look here. Alright. So let's get the iPad going. Actually, here's what we'll do. Minimize that, yeah. Go ahead and minimize that. Go, and then also add an iPad view. Add video capture device. iPad. That's going to be video based. Alright. There we go. Flights. Search. We are at Shoreham. Grumpy, if you're joining us, it failed to model you because I don't have the A350 900 delivery installed. Shoreham. VFR approach. Okay. Let's see here. Flights. Unload that. New flight. Add Shoreham to it. And that'll just give me easy access to the METAR and the charts. Let's see here. Shit. Shit. Any other good places in the UK to fly out of today? Because this doesn't seem like a very good option. Any other options in terms of places to fly out the UK today? What's the weather looking like at Aberdeen? At Aberdeen. What's Aberdeen dice looking like? Because I think that might be a better option for today. Echo Golf Papa Delta. Broken 500. Shit, that's worse. I mean, the winds are a lot better up there. That's worse visibility, though. What about Newcastle? AGNT. Newcastle's a good an option. It's that right here. I'm not liking this weather. Yeah, let's go to Newcastle instead because yeah, weather's not great right now. Yeah, let's go to Newcastle. Oh yeah, this is so much better. That's good. That's a good move. I don't know what the Newcastle information is. Okay, but there's a pretty significant difference in the winds. Let's see here. Yeah. All right. What's the QNH? All right. So Newcastle is 190 degrees 3 knots. Okay, 190 degrees at 3. Go 2-5 then. Go a 2-5 departure. Is that an active EasyJet over there? Yeah. That literally just spawned in. Wow. Alright. Alright, anyway, so what we're going to do is we're going to do some VFR circuits. We're going to go left-hand VFR circuits. Yeah, we're going to go left-hand VFR circuits today. Or at least to start out today with. And then we'll probably move on to something a bit more extravagant. Alright. Because I know that VFR circuits are important. Alright, anyway. Let's go ahead and get the aircraft. Oh, shit. Motherfucker. You know I'm missing. Oh, we're just gonna have to roll without it for today. There's a few things I'm missing, but go after this guy for right now, for today, and then and then actually there's a few things I need to get. There's a few things I need to install. That includes that. I would deal with it in a little bit. Maybe we'll do a bit more than just that, but let's do this. Let's do some VFR circuits first. Let's get in this aircraft first. Alright, anyway. Get those on. Let's get some avionics on. Let's get the common systems on. Let's see here. In terms of fuel, go 75% on the fuel. Go 75% on the payload. Go. Let me just quickly adjust. There we go. All right, let's get movie flight up. To now 1, 2. 2.8. All right. That's here. And then I think if you were to go and let's see here. No. Forget where you look. I forget where you look in this thing. This thing's a bit. This thing's just not great actually. Not allowed to use that, so it's not, maybe not use that. You know what? Screw it. Let me just go ahead and get the systems. Yeah, let's just go ahead and get these systems real quickly. The nice ones. The nice ones that actually make sense. We'll pick up some freeware scenery for the sim as well. That's here. I need the manual. It'll remind me what it is. No, it's not that one. It's this one that I need. One of these will tell me that GNT 750. Get the light version. Maybe you'll take a look at maybe some freeware scenery for Newcastle as well. That'll actually work. That'll help me out. Just having the maps and everything there. The GTN 750 Lite. Essentially what it does is it gives you, I don't know my side view look back up yet, but essentially what it does is it gives you this, so instead of like the Garmin units, it actually gives you a decent, into like the old style Garmin units, it actually gives you something pretty decent. It gives you a decent navigational unit that actually works. So alright, and then we can actually get up in the air. There's a reason I set my off locks for 4. The fun bits and bobs of doing a Windows reinstall. The fact that you have to actually you actually have to remember everything. You actually have to remember, okay, I need to reinstall every little thing. I still haven't reinstalled toolbar pushback yet. By the way, I still have not. I need to, but I actually have it downloaded. I just need to actually get it in the community folder. So. Then after that, maybe we'll do a VFR flight. Maybe we'll get all the way down to someplace. Maybe we'll actually truly fly across the UK. That'd be cool. That'd be a cool thing to do. Actually, physically fly across the UK. That'd be a cool thing to do. Yeah, maybe we will. Maybe we will do that. Oh, by the way, the 321 livery is basically done. Just need to finish up a few small bits with it. But the A321 livery is done now. In case anyone is curious on that. That's why I decided to end. Okay, what just happened to this end? Or what just happened? And there we go. Now it's working better. There we go. Now it's working a little bit better. Because, okay, now look at this, guys. Now I have that, which is precisely what I want. Okay. 75 and 75. Chalk. Here. Yeah, remove those. get those on. There we go. Well, there we go. Now you can pay for these, but I don't see any point. Because this here works perfectly fine. Comes massive help though. By the way, my community folder is absolutely massive again. Alright. So the plan is, we are going to take runway 19 for departure. We are going to be doing left-hand circuits. So, passing, roughly speaking, about 500 feet, we're going to make a turn. We're going to make a turn for downwind. Sorry, we're gonna make a crosswind turn. We're gonna make a downwind turn when it's about 90 degrees to that, and then we're going to do circuits all along. We're gonna be doing circuits at an altitude of 1,500 feet today, and then yeah, I'm just gonna do this until I say we're not. So, first things first. What is the current QNH? 9 or 9 or 8 hectopascals. We have a low pressure. There we go. All right. Let's see here. Let's go make sure full rich now. Parking brake is in fact set right. Just go and prime it. It's been a minute. Go fuel pump on. Shoreham traffic, or sorry, Newcastle traffic Golf India Romeo Yankee November. At the apron, we are going to start our engine now. Traffic. Oh, why didn't you do it? Oh. Did I miss something? Clear panel. Check. Perfect. Yeah, no, fuel pump should be on. Throttle's at 1200 RPM. I can't physically get this any lower. Like, yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. That's an issue. It's gonna be an issue. Right, I have a photo of what this needs to be like. Essentially,
I don't care how sick you are,
I have a photo of what this needs to look like. Alright, sensitivity plus, or sorry, -7.8, or -7.6. Sensitivity -1.5. Okay, neutral 0.56. Dead zone 0, and then extremity dead zone -0.5. There we go. Throttle to 1200 RPM. Alright. Running a Delta 2 for runway 25. Okay. Storm traffic, Gulf, India, Romeo, Yankee, November is going to begin taxiing out. Building point Delta 2 for runway 25 via Foxtrot, Bravo, Alpha, and Delta. Newcastle traffic. I forgot, because this is a new screen, I can probably get away with it, with making my view a bit wider. Anti-collisions should be on. It'd be a lot quicker to back taxi down the runway. Not gonna happen. Not gonna meet you full like that. Newcastle traffic, Gulf India, Romeo, Yankee, November crossing now. Runway 0725. Newcastle traffic. Hug up that little easy jet over there. No, I'm not gonna do that. That'd be weird. That'd be very, very, very weird. I'm gonna go ahead and adjust my view. I think just do my main pilot view just while we taxi. Because that seems to work. Y'all should be 0. That appears to work a little better. If I need to change it, I will. That does give me a nice good overview, and I can see everything just fine. So I'm actually running the sim on ultra texturing. Why am I running it on ultra texturing? It's actually because of this thing. This thing's actually the reason why. The temperature's 1.5. We don't need pitot heat right now. felt. Right. Transponder. Heat. Lights. Alright. We're gonna go flaps 2 for takeoff, by the way. This thing's seeing my old course, my old thing. That order. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna quickly adjust this little heading bug here to be on a heading of 250 degrees. And what that'll do is that'll help me out with my circuits later on. So help me correlate. I'm trying to get better with actually looking outside the aircraft. But I mean, it is kind of difficult at times. Especially as I'm very, very IFR based. Yeah, especially as I'm like very, very IFR based, right? Where I can look down at my instruments, land on aircraft just fine. But the second I go visual, that's where I tend to muck it up. We are now on this very, very, very long delta taxiway, by the way. This year's the length of the runway. You can go to Southwest Taxi. But whatever. AMD artifacting. That's fine. Just, it's behind that. It's behind this. So it's in this little thing there, so you can't tell. But I can. AMD artifacting at its finest. Microslop did it. They did their shit. Don't know. I don't know what they did. But they did some shit. They certainly did some fucking shit. It's kind of pissed me off. Just to say it. I'll deal with that when we do the lineup checklist, the power checks, and everything else. I do need to check though. That's looking fine to me. I did intend to get a little shaky there. I know what I'm doing. I did intend. I did very much intend to get a little shaky there. That was intentional. And you see why it's intentional? Look at that dial. Right. Look at this right here. Okay. Notice how when I turn. Okay, it's a balance indicator. Okay, and when I turn, or when I move the rudder around, it adjusts it. That's one of those ways you can test it. Okay. That's way you can easily test it. We're going to enter into this little holding area. The winds are now 2200 degrees, 5 knots. So, yeah, 25 definitely. So we're going to position this thing right in the wind in this little holding area here. Directly in the wind. Turn now, adding roughly speaking to position this thing directly in the wind. Alright, parking brake set, and you don't want to let it get to 1200 RPM parking brake set. Alright. Now it's time to focus up here. Time to do some checks. Left. Both. Right. Both. Looking fine. Okay. TP. Okay, both those are fine. Alright, throttle now to, I think, 2400 RPM. Power now 2000 RPM. Left, that's a drop of approximately 100 RPM. Right. Another drop of approximately 100 RPM. 100 minus 100 is equal to 50. Sorry, is equal to 0. That means, and that as well within our accepted tolerance of 50. This gives it a 0. There's nothing. We'll have to have a difference of 50 there. Alright, we can go and reduce the power now back to 1200. Back to 1200. Well, first, let's go all the way back down idle. Then let's go back to 1200 RPM. Alright. ATP. Someone arriving into Newcastle? No. Probably Eddie. Alright. Now's a good time to go ahead and get this to altitude reporting. Okay, radios are set. Alright. Let's go landing lights on. No need for the pitot heat. Let's just go ahead and quickly go with a bit of carburetor heat. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10. Alright. That's about good. And if we were to look at our chart here, I guess departing, right? Departing Bristol, that seems like a pretty shit flight if you ask me. Anyway, the plan is we are going to be departing runway 25. We are going to do some left-hand circuits. So at an altitude of 1500 feet. So upon reaching about 700 feet, we'll begin our base turn. Sorry, our crosswind turn. And then we are going to make a turn downwind and report on final. Should have some fun. Should be some fun. $7,000 foot remains, so that's not bad either. We're just gonna do some touch and goes initially, and then we'll probably determine. Sorry, you're speaking the tune to describe. Yeah, so we'll do some VFR circuits first, then we'll plan for maybe a longer flight. Let's see. Trim is neutral. Okay. All right. Newcastle traffic Golf India Romeo Yankee November lining up now runway 25. Newcastle traffic. Any noise abatement procedures we have to follow? Doubt it. No, not heard. Alright. Flap set. Alright. Newcastle traffic Golf India Romeo Yankee November takeoff and now runway 25 VFR circuits. So I'll make left hand circuits. And we will call that one every time. Newcastle traffic. Let's go. Rotate. Flaps in now. Flaps another level. Felt flaps, engines like we fine. Lights were fine. Begin to trim. Go ahead and make our turn now. Go out. That's not the power. That's not the power. Maintain 1,500 feet. Okay. Alright, begin to rotate. Newcastle traffic Gulf India Romeo 18 November bound to make we are currently downwind for runway 25. Intentions are touch and go. Newcastle traffic. Let's get a bit farther. And there we go. That's about good. Begin a descent. Sure. Keeping an eye out there. Go with a tad bit of carburetor heat. That was a pretty shit first circuit. That's a pretty shit first circuit. Not gonna lie, it's pretty shit for first circuit. Alright, we got a few knots to lose. Power. So go flaps full now. Passing below 500 carburetor heat out. So coming in really shallow. Passing threshold. Not a bad first turn. Not a bad first touchdown. Sit. Oh, my airliner's coming in play now. Flaps away. Felt. And flaps go away. Engines are looking fine. Lights stay on. Then trim right. crosswind turn now. Oh, this is fun. It's fun to be flying the old way. Go all the way back to basics. We're talking all the way back to basics. A power and out. Is there about good now? Like the power now. Have that noise off. Newcastle traffic. Romeo Yankee November. Mid downwind runway 25. Intentions are touch and go. Newcastle traffic. Just make sure maintain that heading. Thank you very much. Alright, we can begin to floor speed back. Constant checks there. Go flaps 1. Flaps 2 now. Then the power a bit more. Is behind that. Until I see it. There we go. Drop the power. Carburetor heat on. Flaps 3. Flaps 4 now. Keep that carb. Continue adding hours to your approach. Passing 500 now, take that carburetor out. I'm still getting too shallow on this approach, so it's having and essentially maintain opposite. Right, guard idle. It's about as good as that's gonna get. Power in. Rotate. Felt. Flaps in. Engines are be fine. Very, very fine indeed. That's gonna stay on. Drifting cat. And turn now. Power up now. Whoa. Whatever the storm is, I can certainly feel a stinging effect by it. The intentions to land next then. So we intentions to land next. I just can't with the storm. Newcastle traffic, Gulf, India, Romeo, Yankee, November, currently downwind now, Army at 2-5. We are going to be doing a full stop on this one, and we'll report vacated. Traffic. Try to keep it 1,000 feet. Went a bit far on that one. They did in fact go a bit far on that one. Not quite. Not quite. Need to go in. Let me go out. Yeah, why not? I'm gonna get blown around by that storm. I'm not gonna fuss about it too much. It's time to get the thing on the ground. Pretty piss poor day to be doing this kind of stuff in the UK now, ain't it? Can't remember if I thought it would be normal. If anything, it's anything but. Alright, where's that from me? Alright, drop the power. Go flaps 2. More power now. There we go. There we go. Keep it turning, keep it turning, keep it turning. There we go. Runway's in sight. Bum flitch. Brakes are fine. Undercarriage is fine. Mixture full. Magnetos, haven't touched those. Fuel is fine. I think we're going to get blown around a little. Landing fine. Insurance check. Carb heat. Hatches and harnesses fine. A bit of the crosswind. Any intention on this one is full stop, just because I don't want to deal with these. Storm. Take the carburetor heat off, so we have full power surpassing about 500. Speed now. Go. Powered idle. And roll out to the end. We're going to roll out. We're gonna find somewhere else to fly VFR. This weather's not, and I could feel those gusts. Newcastle traffic, Golf India, Romeo, Yankee, November, not clear. The runway, taxi and parking. Newcastle traffic. Shall we watch EasyJet depart? There he comes. There goes EasyJet. That's a nice view right there. That was a nice view. Alright, anyway. There we go. Alright. Not a bad little round of VFR circuits. Could be a lot better, could be a lot worse. So. Alright, let's go find somewhere else to do some VFR stuff. Since the UK is basically fucked today. Yeah, no, there's a big storm system. Is that a hurricane? Honolulu's dark, so that's no good. Could go down here, but that's also no good. Damn, why is it like cloudy everywhere today? Because it basically is. I mean, anywhere we're at. I mean, aside from the areas that aren't ever cloudy, I mean, it's cloudy everywhere. I mean, okay, Spain, it's not that cloudy. It's not that cloudy in Spain, but I also don't know the Spain VFR rules. Then in the US, it's dark. Gonna begin to lighten up here soon. Damn it. Shall I do the next leg of the Euro tour then? Shall we do another leg of the Euro tour then? In this brand new, yeah, in this absolutely brand new livery. Yeah, why not? Absolutely brand new livery for the A321. Can't wait to show everyone this. This is an absolutely brand. Okay, yeah, that's happened to us. Yeah, it's beginning to gust. I could feel it. 220 degrees, 7 gusting 17. Yeah, I could feel it. So don't mind me just stealing David's delivery. Oh, okay, I didn't steal David's. Sorry. Okay. What I did was I used his file structure because he had already figured it out. So, then I edited everything in it. Change out everything. Change out everything. All right. Anyway, let's do some Euro tour stuff then. I'll replace the screenshots before I upload it. But anyway, let's take a look at New Sky. Login. Me leaking my email again. Words. The European detour. Alright. Starting off at Lima Hotel Delta. Oh, I know where we are. Where we're going to be starting off. I know where. It was a fun one. is an absolute fun one. It's also going to be a pain in the metric arch to get out of. Oh shit! How far are these clouds? Let me get a meteor report real quickly. Name a hotel Delta Charlie. Okay, it's fine. Okay, well, out there it's fine, okay. Okay, and you guys see why I say it's going to be a fun one now, because we left an A321 for painting right here. Okay, you can see why I say it's going to be a fun one now. Now, I'm going to assume that the painters have moved it over here. So that's where I'm going to go ahead and load in. Connect the pins, just be 3 copper. Yeah, I know. I need to make a new flight plan. Thank you very much. I'm very well aware. Alright. European detour. Lima, Yankee, November, India. Take a 321. The departure time at... Give me an extra 10 minutes. I'll make sure I'm on time. Flight. Not taking that many passengers, not even taking that much cargo, to be honest. To Linny. Hotel Delta Charlie 2. Lima Yankee November India. In a 321. Taking the CFM mentions. I need to add that. And the reason I take the CFM engines is just because they're a bit more powerful. Bit more powerful engines, but nicer engines. Look less as if they came out of the previous century. Alright. So I have that booked. Open up Baltimore Air Group, which is our own software that we are making, by the way. Gives me a thing I put in the tracker. It'll give me, it's giving me 4-3 Del Juliet Charlie. There we go. So this guy here was pretty much a first attempt, aside from a few minor issues, done thing. I'm not gonna lie about that. This thing did not take very long at all to do. Oh, I just realized something. I don't have the drivers installed for the A car spinner. Whatever. I have a shitty A car spinner that requires some drivers. Save that real quickly. Alright, there we go. External power on, batteries to on. Boom, boom. 1, 2, 3. Nah, but I'll get it on. Have I not linked? I haven't. This is the first time using the Phoenix. I remember now. First time using the Phoenix in a minute. Or, well, not a minute, but since the reinstall. Settings. Okay, there we go. Hey, I got it right. That's nice. The aircraft. Go fast. Not gonna take that long to get this thing set up. Okay, now this thing doesn't want. This thing doesn't want to work, despite it working a little earlier. Oh, there we go. Oh, now it's working. Init. Request. Charlie Hotel Sierra 5 3 5 Papa Sierra. We'll just brief have our information at or as cruise out or cost index of 4.9 with a cruising of 370. It's about an hour long flight. We'll do 2 of these, and then I actually have to report into work for 15 minutes. So I'm serious about that. I actually have to. I do like generally have to go to work this morning. There's a reason I'm not sleeping tonight. To get the wind. And alright, flight plan. Departure. Unload. Super import. Oh yeah, having this thing over here is so much better. And to the left on a Varig for Delta departure. Insert. Alright. Oh crap. Let me try to get my attention. Let's see here. We'll wait on the fuel for. Yeah. Alright, in the meantime, let's get the performance data. TT left. Disable improved climb because that's stupid. Damn it, fuck. Flaps 2. 3. Oh yeah, flaps 3 will work. It'll be flaps 3, assume temp 4. On a flaps 3, 130, 133. Sorry, 130 again. Then 133 for V2. Alright, that's not bad now, is it? Can get an APU on. 3, 2, 1. What's the meter looking like? Getting it to 1009. Kappa K. Yeah. Actually, this sure wouldn't have been a bad place to do VFR stuff. Just waiting on boarding to complete. Almost done. Almost. And then I will need that. Oh, I'll need both these numbers here. Oh, no, I need this number and then that number. I mean, the fuel's already loaded, so. Alright, wing lights on then. Shooting on those final passengers. Then we'll disconnect everything and get the fuck out of here. Off to... I'm just... off to Constantine. Or is that Constantine? What kind of runway does this thing have? And the 321 will do whatever with the 321. It'll be a back taxi. Basically, the tiny airport. Fuck you, Joanna. Fuck you. And I'm joking. This is the fun bit. These are the fun bits. Oh, let's see here. 57. Are we fully loaded yet? Yes, we are. 64.7 over 25.4. That gives me everything else I need. Oh dear, no, another Boeing door just came off. Oh my word. Now that's funny. And it's true as well. Oh dear. Boeing, you gotta fix your shoes. Up looking at. But another door just came off. This time on a Dreamliner. Alright, anyway, initial climb on a initial climb is going to be 9,000. All right. When you remap my push to talk button. Come on, get it. Come on, get it, you fucking sim. And this is a lot easier with XSplit. This XSplit, you can actually just map it. Map it for each individual aircraft, and you're fine. It's kind of annoying because you see it'll get there's a proof that it's working. It's button 1 though, not button 2. I couldn't make it. See, it's working fine on that. I've had this issue actually for a while now. I mean, I understand that maybe is there a way to map like a but maybe Gemini has a clue what else I try to create stuff. I really need to set up a virtual button. Joy to key. Okay, we're gonna be late now just because of this. Joy to key. It's here. Options. Yeah, it's just because this is gonna get like, really old really quickly. Here, that's here. Dear, what did this? Options. I just want to change this away from options. There we go. Edit button assignment. Make that scroll lock. Okay. Here. Okay. And then go into here. Make that scroll lock. Okay. Oh, that's actually done now. It's actually done now. Alright. In terms of the news guy, how do I not have news guy yet? That actually just straight up fixed my issue. Thank you, AI, for fixing my issue that I've had for ages. And I can probably even set up the little button here. Dubicon traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa, gonna begin startup engines now. Dubicon traffic. Alright, that's APU is on. APU, or what's here?
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Fuck off, GSX. Don't need pushback. On here. APU bleed off. Ground services, everything is disconnected. Good. Alright, ignition start. Can go after number 2 first. Parking brake is set. you know that actually just straight up fixes my issue entirely. I'm surprised it's taken me this long to actually do something about it, but it does. But now that means I won't have to assign anything. Right. That means I won't have to assign any to talk button ever again. So just make sure it's not assigned to anything in the sim. But means I'll never have to assign a push to talk button again, essentially. Which is truly amazing. Alright. Parking brake set. Alright. And we're taxiing now to runway 2 left. Let's actually focus on getting out of here, please. Straight down the... 2 left? No. It's straight down that sketchy taxiway. Damn. It's here. That was the full up, full down, full left, full right. Get those on. Alright. Oh wait, did it not do the flaps? It didn't. Let me just quickly... I probably need to do something here. Flaps. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Start calibration. Debrecon traffic, Chesapeake 3-5 Papa taxiing now to runway 22 left. Debrecon traffic. Taxi lights are on. Good. Get the APU out. Alright, now this here is once again going to be very, very sketch. Flying an A321 out of a place that doesn't really take A321s, to be honest. It's going to be very, very, very sketch. Very, very narrow taxiways here. Flaps 3 actually, it's a flaps 3 takeoff. Oh, it does feel nice to have my own livery for this thing. My own Air Baltimore livery. Does feel nice. At last. To have my own Air Baltimore livery. And you know, I didn't spend that long on this livery either. I'll take a look at it a bit more in the air. See if I can't try to figure out or try to notice any bugs with it. But it didn't take me that long. I mean, It only took me a few days, and that's with not really continuous use on it. So. Oh, nice. Nice. Working on the Euro tour because the UK got really gusty, so I decided VFR is not the best option. Get this A321 out of this very, very sketchy airport. Some narrow taxiways. You're off to Constantine in Serbia. I'm trying to put this airport on the tour. Yeah. So the thing about liveries is that your initial design, which arguably should do your initial design on a on like a 777-200 or something, it's a thing that's like very, very basic. But once you do that initial design, and once you get that initial design working, like actually like go through complete your first livery, then it's actually like really easy because it doesn't take that long because now the thought part is out of it. And then not only that, but if you've done it through a PSD or through Affinity Photo, like I have, you know the issues you're going to run into. You know how to fix them. And so, seriously, there's only one bug with the fuselage, and that was a Phoenix bug with the paint that they provided. Essentially, all these windows are off. Or there's supposed to be an outline with all these windows. It was off by a significant amount. That was the only bug that I had with this thing, or with the paint kit. So, oh, thanks. That's now actually 2 down. No, this thing's not fully done. I just gotta finish up the file structure. I need to update the icons in whatchamacallit. I need to update the physical icons for like the sim, and then it'll be 100% done. All right, gotta treat this thing like a heavy today because this airport's tight. In the real world at this airport, I'd be getting wing walkers or something because very, very narrow taxiways. That's 2 liveries down. That's the 321. That's the 319. Or that's the 777-200 and the 321. And then I'll go on to the 319, which won't take nearly as long because I only have to change up maybe 1 or 2 letters on the tail, and that's it. Oh, and I have to update the thing, the fuselage. Turbocon traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa, lining up now, runway 22 left. Turbocon traffic. Alright, our initial climb is 9,000. Alright. Takeoff checklist complete. Flaps to 3. Lights are all on. Alright. Varig for Delta. Turbocon traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa, takeoff now, runway 22 left on a Varig for Delta departure. Turbocon traffic. Alright. And flex 44, SRS green, auto thrust blue, pressure on the nose. V1 130, rotate 130, safe climb 132. Sorry, 133. Knots. Bit of a messy takeoff. Whatever. Rotate. Pause right here. That, I gotta disable that. Flaps in one level. Over a climb. That wasn't a very aggressive pullback on the nose, so I hope I didn't strike it. That's all the way in. Double traffic, just pick 35 Papa, now airborne passing, altitude 2,500 feet. Climbing now, altitude 9,000 feet. Double traffic. Yeah, no, it's not. It shouldn't take me that long, and to be honest, it should be mostly copy and paste for the 319. Though I haven't looked at the PSD yet for the 319 fuselage. But the engines will be copy and paste. I'm only going CFM engines. Air Baltimore has decided to only purchase CFM engines, not IAEs, just because IAEs are useless. No, they're not useless. The CFMs are better. So we're not doing IAE engines at all. Just go CFMs. Not that engines are exactly difficult, because it's literally just, here's a square, here's the correct color, drag over, export. So if I wanted to add engine, if I wanted to do an IAE version, it'll take me 5 seconds. Infinity Photo will take longer to launch than I'll actually spend than you spend the time in it. So but yeah, I can imagine the 319 paint kit will be pretty much copy and paste. Probably have to adjust 1 or 2 small things in that one, and that one will probably be ready to go pretty much off the bat. Final call, Depricon traffic, just big 35 Papa, climbing now to level 370. Final call, Depricon traffic. And I'll just continue hand fly though. I have learned one thing then, and that's that I can't do any livery work whilst streaming. The system will just get overloaded. which is probably partially why I had to do a Windows reinstall last night. Well, the other day. There's standard pressure. Go autopilot on in a moment. Autopilot on now. Fix that quickly. Controls. Linked. There we go. Alright. Anyway. Not looking too bad. I'll have to get some more screenshots while straight cruise. Yeah, once you do your first, this is actually this is the third livery I've done. So the first one you really need to figure out how to do it, right? Get used to the different ways to do it. Get used to there being a blender option and a PSD option. Figure out which one you like. Figure out which one you prefer. I prefer the PSD option just because it's easy, it's a lot easier in terms of alignment and everything. Though I do understand the idea of wanting to do Blender first. I started out with Blender, and for the A350 livery, which the first one I did. The fancy one that says Aeronaut, or that says BA, unofficially operated by Aeronaut. That's the one I made purely for Grumpy at this point. He's the only one who uses it. It's a special Baltimore Heathrow one. That one. How do I say this? That one was my first one. All right, so I was getting used to the process of trying to do it. I was learning, like, okay, the sim accepts these kinds of files, these KTX2 files. Here's how to convert your PNGs into KTX2 files. I might do a whole video on it. Maybe I'll do a whole video. Maybe I'll do the A343, the A340-300 one on a video. Actually, that'll be a good idea. Right. It'll be a longer video, but so. Anyway, here's how to get your KTX2 files. Here's what you need to do in order to force the sim to physically update the livery, because you can put those KTX2 files in your livery folder. It'll be pink. It'll be pink textures unless you actually regenerate the layout for the livery. So there's that stuff that you have to do. Your first one really is just learning how to do it, learning what kind of issues you might come into, getting your file structure correct, which, to be honest, I just steal David's. I just steal David's, change all the information in it. You can also download someone else's from FSTO and note them down. but and then so once you do that, or once you do your first livery, you kind of know what you're doing for your second livery, because your second livery now you know some of those more procedural stuff, and now you know how you want to make it. Most paint kits are done via PSDs now, which is sad because Blender's nice. Blender is a nice option, but very much understandable just because they're a lot easier to export. Well, no, they're not easier to export. They're a lot easier to make. And then when you're trying to tackle something like I am, once you like get your really basic livery done, it goes by a lot faster because you're. So I'm trying to create an Air Baltimore airline here, and that's why I have like 50. That's why I have 15 liveries to do. I don't know if it's that many, but I have a lot. There are aircrafts I'm choosing to purposely exclude. The 737, A3, and A320 being the two aircrafts I'm going to exclude. Morning, Joanna. Joanna, what do you think about this? But once you get your very basic idea down on something like a 777, where the 777 is the most boring looking aircraft out there, then it's super easy just to transfer between. It's super easy just to transfer it between different things, different aircrafts. So, anyway. I don't know what either of those words are. Off to Constantine. I think that's the way you say that anyway. That's a bit of a longer leg, isn't it? Yeah. Let's see here. Estimating 10-17. Oh, not really. Hour-long leg. Almost. Digital camouflage. Kind of. It's so Baltimore is located in the state of Maryland. And this here is the Maryland flag, but in blue. Kind of figured that looked the best. No, the tail I was struggling with. The tail that's why it took me a month to do the 777 livery. To the tail, I had no clue what I wanted to do for the tail. You know, I was asking AI what to do and everything, and fair enough. I mean, I was asking AI what to do. I was asking Grumpy what to do. I was asking Seb if he had any ideas. I was asking Fry if he had any ideas. And I tried a bunch of things and I just didn't like it. And then eventually I I came across the flag idea and to do it in blue, and it worked. Thank God. Or it worked just good enough for me to say, fuck it. Let's just do it. No, we are in partnership with the Gib Air on this, by the way. Hence the Gib Air Alliance. This tour is amazing. It's absolutely amazing. This tour is a really good one. And you see, David would even like this tour, because none of the legs. I mean, we're gonna have some longer legs later, but for the most part, these are hour-long legs. They're mostly up and down throughout Europe. Mostly for the most part, challenging approaches. or somewhat challenging approaches. It's like David would really like this tour. Yeah. Yeah. What was that one? Where it's kind of that. Where you kind of go in for final, then you have to like do a bit of a weird turn. One of the more recent ones. Into Bosnia. I forget. That one was a fun one. That one I actually did 3 times, but it wasn't because I wanted. It wasn't a lack of effort, and it wasn't. I could have passed. I passed it all 3 times. It's that the first time was actually in the 321 Neo from FS Labs. The first time I had flown that, so I didn't do that one on New Sky. The second time I didn't really trust the Phoenix, so I New Sky Academied it, and then I actually trusted the Phoenix. Finally, at least enough to do it on New Sky. So I did it on I actually did it properly that final time. Then there's another airport that I really liked, Sion in the Swiss Alps. That one was a fun one. Actually, that's an airport I'm gonna start going to more often. More extreme than Innsbruck. Much more extreme than Innsbruck. We can get progress now. Alright, send. Let's see here. Yeah, I feel like that one. I feel like Debracon was one of those. All right. Anyway, runway 11. Oblak 1. Oblak Golf arrival. Oh, Arnav. Arnav's fun in the Phoenix. Good. They did put Salzburg on, but Salzburg's slightly different. Salzburg's always nice to visit. Let's see. It's not showing. Many rival. Arnav, runway 11. Oblak for Golf arrival. the Gibraltar was fun. I need to get back to Gibraltar. Maybe one of these days. By the way, did anyone notice that this is the second stream we're doing tonight? First, we did some ops out. We did a round trip between Dusseldorf and Munich. Then I went to work in delivery for a bit, off camera. Then decided, let me try to do some VFR stuff in the UK. Little did I know, weather in the UK is not ideal for that stuff right now. So we decided, you know what? Let's do this instead. We can do 2 legs before I have to pop into work for 15 minutes and say goodbye to a good friend of mine. You know what I'm gonna do? It's gonna be awful here. And traffic, Chesapeake 35 Hop is going to level off now, flight level 310 traffic. go direct. Oh, let me just verify there's no traffic between me and the fuel. Yeah, it's fine to do this. And then shave off a rod too. Yep. Yep. Alright. Top descent is in 10 minutes. Alright, let's see here. Getting 1010. Temperature to 6. Surface wind 160 degrees, 6 knots. Pretty high minimums. I see why this is going to be a challenge. This is going to be a challenge. No, it's mostly trading. Thing is, okay, it's going to be 1,200 on that. Continuous descent approach. Misapproach. Turn right. Check. Okay, that seems like an easy-ish misapproach. The main thing is turn basically immediately. That's fine. Oh, look at those contrails. Top descent is in 6 minutes. 4 minutes. 5 miles before. What am I calling this place? I'll just call it Constantine. GFX? Yeah, it is. GSX? Yeah, GSX is also worth every penny, unfortunately. Even when it does try to push you back without asking. And I don't know, that's gotta be a bug. GSX is worth its money some days, but GFX, $20. Now, should you have to get it? Hell no. The sim should just do that automatically. Don't worry, my brain's shutting down. It's nearly 6 a.m. The question of, should you have to, in a flight sim, should you have to pay $20 for decent contrails? No. But, is it worth every penny to do so? Yes. What is Rebel? Level 200, level O black, then basically straight. And at what altitude is the RMP at? 5,000. Okay, that's not bad. Now that's called capitalism. Yep. Once again, you shouldn't have to. but someone failed along the way. Someone is. And they get to charge whatever they want for it. And if you don't like it, then don't buy it. So. That is actually a fair point. It is a really good price. Or you don't mind paying for it, but it also gives them a pretty decent amount of profit. Oh, look at that today. Look at those frames. Just to be crystal clear, the reason I did a Windows reinstall had nothing to do with the frames. The frames are working a bit better now. I did a Windows reinstall due to stability concerns, and how OBS was like damaged to the point where I couldn't even uninstall it, at least not easily. And the fact that I thought there was a decent potential for other software to be damaged as well from a pretty rough PC crash on Sunday morning. So decided, you know what, I've done a motherboard swap, I've done a GPU swap since, I've installed and uninstalled a bunch of software. Let me just I've done a few DDUs since then. Let me just deal with it. Let me just do it and start with the clean slate on all that stuff. So I was gonna do it a few weeks back, but I decided in the end not to. Constantine traffic, just B35 hop. I'm gonna begin descent now. Flight level 200, level black. Constantine traffic. Well, you're not on an AMD card. That's the thing. You have an NVIDIA card, and if it was an NVIDIA card, I'd say then I'd probably just suck it up and try to figure out what the issue is. I'd never had these issues with my 4060. It's a purely AMD issue, and it's like a purely AMD GPU issue as well. Back when I was using my 4060, which I still have in a box right behind me, it was rock solid. And to be honest, part of me is really tempted to consider the idea of, okay, I have that 4060, let me sell that. Let me pick up a 5060 Ti with 16 gigs of VRAM. And let me just go back over to NVIDIA where I have DLSS and everything. So these issues are not ideal. And there's a lot of AMD artifacting, and yeah. There's a lot of AMD GPU artifacting in the sim right now. Never had those issues on NVIDIA. I mean, part of me is considering it. So, not much, James. Well, actually, a fair amount tonight. Yo, James, a nice Air Baltimore livery right there. Call sign Chesapeake for the Chesapeake Bay, which the state of Maryland encompasses. Just completed this. So, James, this is the second stream tonight. If you want to go watch some a out of practice landing the 777 at Munich, there's another stream up tonight as well, and then a bit of a floaty, unstable approach. Well, not really unstable, but a bit of a floaty landing in the A340 300 at Dusseldorf. So that one up. Oh yeah, I somehow managed to float an A340 300 and not turn it into a massive slammer. Yeah, this tour is. Yeah, that's the thing. That's true. The 777 is it is nice. There's a reason I say it rules the world, because that's because it absolutely does. Let me just go ahead and get some screenshots real quickly of this thing. Maybe something that can be used in terms of delivery files. Looking quite wide, but that's what you have to do with, because Seba doesn't know shit. So okay, they do know shit, but not good shit. They don't know how to do images correctly. And so if I were to do an image like the right here, not very big, then it'll cut off by a significant amount. Kind of annoying. That's enough for me to work with. Then I can finish this and then upload it. November Victor. I forget where that one is. I don't know what you guys are talking about with mock exams. Because the system here in the U.S. is very, very different. When you guys say revising, I understand what revising means, but I don't know what that really means in terms of your education system. Okay, I understand it from that standpoint. Makes sense. So here's a question then. So over there, is your like grade for your class built on however well you do on that final exam? Because here in the U.S., your grade for the class, I mean, maybe 20% of it is built on your final exam, but the rest of it's like built on how you do in the actual course. Okay, maybe 30 to 40%, in like extreme cases here in the U.S. So yeah, here in the U.S., if especially in like 11th and 12th grade, you can absolutely pass your class, getting it, failing your final exam. If you do well throughout the rest of the class, so. Yeah, here in the U.S. it's completely different. I mean, even in the college classes, mean at absolute max, it'll be 40% your grade. So. Yeah, that's a completely different system. Completely different. Which I knew it was. I mean, my dad freaking grew up in the UK. I just didn't know how it worked. So I took so I took a class with Cisco, and that was the class. I think the most amount of it was where the most amount of the final exam contributed to your grade, and that was 40% for the class. And that was like the worst I've ever had. Descend now to 5,000 feet. Constantine traffic, just be 3-5 Papa, descend now altitude 5,000 feet. Constantine traffic. Yeah, all my math classes here in the U.S. have been the exact opposite. Where maybe your final exam is worth 20% of your grade. Outside of that, as long as you're doing the work, you'll pass. Expedite descent here. A bit high on this. Yeah, once again, that's different entirely here in the U.S. It's like it is completely possible to pass a class here in the U.S. without doing pretty shit on your exams. So. I remember my physics class for my sophomore year. Oh, sorry, no, my junior year. So 11th grade. I had like the worst teacher ever, so I basically failed the class entirely. I didn't though, but I did technically pass the class. I did pretty decently first, second, and even to an extent third quarter. And then basically for that final quarter, when I basically knew I had no chance, I gave up on it, and I still passed the class just fine. So. It's a different system. Alright, gamer fast. The most I ever do in terms of knot speed is 320. Straight way back to 250. Constantine traffic, just pick 3-5 Papa, reducing now speed 250 knots. Constantine traffic. This seems... These mountains here seem very high. Oh dear. Oh dear me, that sounds horrendous. Alright, we got roughly... Go ahead and call it about 20 miles to touchdown. Reducing now speed to 2 turns. And what's the QNA? Still 1-0, 1-0. Yeah, that seems about the same time that my dad took mine, or took his. Sorry, it's been a late night, and I still have another 3 hours to go before I can get to bed. I still have another 3 to 4 hours before I can actually go to bed tonight. That's the I do want to have time for one more leg, because in about 2 hours I need to bike over to work. To goodbye to a good friend of mine. 1997, damn. Let me just make sure I can get the RNAV up quickly. Activate purchase. Confirm. RNAV. There we go. Take it back now to 180 knots. Flaps 1. I'm gonna lose about another 15 knots. We're on track to lose that. Constantine, traffic, Chesapeake 3-5, Papa, turning final now on the ILS approach, sorry, on the RNAV approach for runway 11. Traffic. Oh, that's one of those things though. The American exams are all set by the teacher. So if you had a really good teacher, you could easily pass the class. It's like there was no there's no standard final, right? I mean, it's made by the teacher, so now the teacher has certain requirements that they have to meet in that exam, but I mean, that's the way it works here. So if you have a really easy teacher if you have a good teacher, chances are you'll easily pass it. You know, that exam will be easy. So. Maybe that's the reason that our education system is so shit. Now we're actually turning final. I never turned off any of the lights. Oops. That was half intentional, except I'll forget to turn them on coming back through 10,000. Go flaps 3 now. This is a 7,000 foot runway, right? 8,000 foot. Still go auto brake medium. I'll only get auto brake low if it's a 10,000 footer. I bet. Speed now 160 knots, maintained till 480. Constantine traffic, Chesapeake 3-5 Papa. You got about 10 miles to run now. We're just now speed 160 knots, maintained actually till 5 mile final. Constantine traffic. At least you guys actually put something decent into your education system. We don't. Well, it actually varies state by state, and even county by county. So I live in Howard County now. I used to live in Baltimore County, and Baltimore County is absolute shit when it comes to education. But Howard County is actually really good. Howard County is actually one of the better ones of the whole country. Get the gear down, let me add that extra drag. When we are fake low glides are established. Or say fake glide slope established now. What kind of glide slope is it? It's gotta be insane. That's like very, very steep. Three and a half. Yeah, it is. I wonder why. At least I see the field. No, here's out the. Well, yeah, kind of. Ooh, flaps 3. That's actually a good option. Yeah, let me go flaps 3. That's a good option. Thank you. Shut up, it's my aircraft. I paid for this aircraft. 146, medium auto brake will be fine. It's my aircraft, I don't need to do that.
1,000.
This guy will never know. Take your speed back though, early. My controls. Thank God it's on a virtual simulation network. It's early in the morning. I'm not doing any of this by the book. If I was doing it by the book, I would have turned off the landing lights passing 10,000 feet. Final call, Constantine traffic, Chesapeake 3-5 Papa, short final now. Remain 1-1 approach. Final call, Constantine traffic. We are like, really, really high, but it's fine. Stutter's not appreciated. Okay, we're not high anymore.
1,000.
The RNAV's being shit.
100 above.
I can make it work.
Minimum.
Continue. Proof. I can make it work. We're fine now.
500. $100. 50, 40, 30, 20, retard. 5.
There we go. Just fine. Oh, I never turn off the seatbelt signs. Passengers can stay trapped in. I actually adopt BA's policy on that. Or break off. Yeah, the seatbelt signs can stay on. I adopt BA's policy on that. If you want to get up, now if you want to get up at whatchamacallit feet, after 10,000 feet, I don't have an issue with that. So, BA's policy is that the seatbelt fasten sign stays on the entire flight. Constantine traffic, just big 3 flight, Papa Neck, clear the runway, taxiing, parking. Constantine traffic. BA's policy is that the seatbelt sign stays on the entire time. It's kind of annoying if you're trying to sleep on a flight, but that's their policy. And it's a policy I do respect. At least I think that's BA's policy. But normally they'll like ding in it if you're about to go through turbulence, so they'll take that switch and they'll ding it. All right, there's basically no parking at this airport, so just going to not pull a fitness race. Well, the idea is, if you keep the fasten seatbelt sign on, then that means that when you are in your seat, your seatbelt will be fastened. Okay. Right. Well, that's the idea. A constant reminder. But that's BA's policy. So, but on several of their flights, it's all the same. Should have gotten that up first. APU. And it's off. Taxi lights off. Save that. Yeah, I agree. But like I said, they'll ding it though if you're about to get through a rough patch, and they'll come on the comment and say something. Just a constant reminder that whilst you're in your seat, you should have your seatbelt fastened. It helps out a lot. Alright, APU. Yep. Yep. Show up on here. There we go. Engine's off. Beacons off now.
The boarding requested.
And it was a 10. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, that approach could have been better, I will admit. I actually never finished my application just because I'm trying to move. So I figured next year, or whenever they run it again, would be better time. Yeah. Not bad at all. Just barely a profit though. Alright, where to next?
Passenger's bus is coming.
Off to Pod Garcia. Plan for once again, no passengers. Oh, this one we might make a loss on. Not switching to the 319 though. Not when I have my perfectly fine livery. Yeah, we could get out of here that time. Let me just go ahead and quickly close Air Baltimore. Air Baltimore still very much in development. New flight.
Passengers deboarding starting.
Papa. Yeah, up here. Lima Yankee November India. Lima Yankee Papa Golf. A321 CFM. Right. Great file. Right now, just that. This is the best part about Air Baltimore here. File random flight. File flight. Import from SimBrief. There you go. Dealt with. Best part about Air Baltimore. Picture 1 Fox. And then if I wanted to make a flight myself, I could literally just open it up in SimBrief. Right. So that's I wanted to fly say Boston or Baltimore to let's wanted to fly Baltimore to Halifax or Gander. Okay. I could select an aircraft. So I'm gonna do it in the triple. Open it up in SimBrief. And it'll pre-fill out the aircraft, the call sign, and the route, and that's it. So much easier. All right. Anyway, let's get this aircraft reported. Dismiss. Good aircraft. Fast. And request. This thing I can have this thing ready in 5 minutes. What did Zimriff give me a cost index of again? 3.6. Cruising level 220. Alright. Not with 307 feet of margin. Go flaps 3 then. There we go. One 131. One flaps 3, flex to temp 4 5. There you go. See what this departure is looking like. Runway 11. Yeah, I thought it's basically an immediate turn. Departure via runway 11, then turn direct to NIS, then revac at or above 7,000. If we're not above 7,000 at revac, just say we've got an engine failure. Even then, we should still probably be at or above 7,000 at revac, because 30 freaking miles. Actually, no, we're badgering. At or above 8,000. That might be a bit more difficult, but should still be very well doable. Departure, runway 11. On a Bajan to Echo. And then arriving into this weird airport. $8,000 runway, which means we're fine in this thing. Taking runway 18. That'd be interesting then. I have to do another visual approach. That'd be interesting. It's gotta be mountains or something. Yeah, there is. Not the first time we've had to do a visual approach on this. That's fine. As long as the elevation's not stupid, it'll be fine. Can easily hand fly it down. I mean, 8,000 foot runway might be a bit hard to spot, but it should still be fine. Visual approach. Ooh, is it a circle to land for a visual approach? Yeah, it looks like it. Now we'll just go. We'll make our own stuff. We'll do a bunch of pilot waypoints if we need to. Alright, in terms of this fuel, 0 fuel weight is 63.2. 25.3. Alright, let's say we're about ready for departure. Should be a fairly quick little hop. Yeah, it will be. Alright. I finally set up a virtual button. Well, it's not really a virtual button, but I finally figured out my issue. And so, with having to reassign every all my push to talk buttons, because I have two. I have one on the yoke and one on the stick. Using some free software called Joy2Key, which allows me to map one of these buttons to a key on the keyboard. I have mine as scroll lock because he uses that. And then scroll lock is my push to talk button. And the best part about it, I can assign it to whatever device I want. Right, I can even have something on my tiller here. Finally figured out, which means I should never have to remap it again. I'm ready for push. GSX, we're already boarded.
Passengers bus is coming.
I might have to do a tutorial on that, on this software. I actually have a few tutorials to do. How to make liveries, how to make, whatchamacallit, how to do what I do. How to do the complicated stuff I do.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Nose, right, tail left. Yeah, Joe and I tend to have the same opinion on that. Just because, why have a degree that you spend maybe 10 years of your life getting, but you have no...
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
There's no reason that you to maintain your knowledge in that industry. Right, you can forget everything and still have a degree and still get into a job. But with a certification, not only can a certification board assign ethics to it and say, okay, if you break this rule, for example, a cybersecurity certification, if you be unethical, we can revoke it. Right, but it also requires X amount of continuing education to maintain this certification. So degrees, from my standpoint now, are just not really useful, or they're out of date. Is better.
Locking gear.
Out of date is a bit more of a correct term. And to be honest, there's not really that many fields where it's like a one and done thing anymore. Yeah, that doesn't guarantee a job anymore, though. That's the thing. Nose right, tail left.
Release parking brakes, please.
Parking brakes released.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Ignition start. Okay, GSX, you're being weird. Go number 1 first. So we're doing inboard engine. Alright, now the previous flight barely made a profit. It made a $3,000 profit. This one I'm going to be surprised if we break even on. I mean, we're not going to make that much of a loss, but I don't always see us making it any more than maybe $100 profit. Go number 2 now.
Please set parking brake.
Parking brake set. Oh great, I have to back taxi. Just realized that. We'll see. We'll see.
Unlocking gear.
Yeah. Doesn't. Well, I have fuel policy. I have my own fuel policies, but 28 units of cargo and then 59 passengers into 321.
Tow truck disconnected. Bypass pin removed.
It'll be close. But
Left is clear. Right is clear.
But considering that last time that the previous flight made $3,000 profit only, 36 units of cargo and 79 passengers. So, I'm in the 321. I'm not gonna, I'll make up for the loss eventually. I log all my flights through Sky, even if I use Air Baltimore on the side. I'll make up for the profit eventually, or for any loss eventually. All right. Flaps full. Controls. Wrong button. Check the rudder. Full down. Full up. Full left. Full right. Flaps back in all the way. Strobe's on. No, it's like actually just get everything on. It's about to enter an active runway. Constantine traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa going to begin taxi now, which will involve a back taxi for runway 11. Constantine traffic. Yeah, the 319 would have been a better choice here, but whatever. I don't have a livery yet for the 319. Be done within 48 hours though. Especially since this one's done. This one only took me like 5 hours collectively. And 319 should be mostly copy and paste. And there'll be some slight edits I have to make on the fuselage, but that should be about it. $319 should take me 2 hours max. On rate max. Lights are on. you. Don't know why it says flaps to take off when I don't have my sets to take off. Or I don't have my flaps set to take off. And we're just going to back taxi because we're going to have to back taxi anyway down there, even with taking this taxi away, so just going to back taxi the whole thing. There you go. So you go config normal. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, if I was doing maybe like 1 or 2 flights a week, I would switch, but I mean, I'm gonna do a Heathrow to Baltimore, probably tonight or something. One of these nights, and that'll easily make it back. I'll bring half a ton less extra, and it'll make any loss back. And it's not a guaranteed loss. I think it probably will be a loss, but it's not a guarantee yet. And if it's a loss, it'll be by maybe 500. It'll be barely anything. Yeah, in that case, it'll be a $500 loss, if that. Okay, maybe absolute worst case, it'll be $1,000, but whatever. I don't like the 320. There's nothing special about it. It's a middle basic aircraft. You need 319, which does much better in terms of landing at smaller airports, and then give me the 321, which I also like the look of. 320 is just boring, nothing special about it. I think I'd rather fly a rusty 737 than an A320. At least the 737, it's a different experience when it comes to flying. Still maybe a shitty aircraft, but at least it's something different. At least it's different to fly entirely. Yeah. There's no doubt about that. No doubt about that. All right, let's see. Constantine traffic, just speak 3-5, Papa lining up now, runway 11. Constantine traffic. Alright, we are going to try not to do what I did at previous airport, which is pull up so aggressively. I thought I actually did think I had a tail strike for a second. Alright. Just verify that news it was actually started. And it was. Constantine traffic, just make 35 Papa, take off now, runway 11 on a Bajoon to Echo departure. Constantine traffic. Engines stabilized. And Flex 45, SRS screen, auto thrust blue. balance. B1, rotate. Watch right gear up. Constantine traffic, just B35 Papa, now airborne passing out to 2,100 feet. Constantine traffic. Need to pull the flaps in. Flaps are in now. Yeah, James, we got to do something in that one of these days. So. Yeah, we got to do we got to do that one of these days. So, it's the A330-900 from Tullus, the thing that looks ugly. Or we could also do it in triple, I think. Or the SIBO. We'll take the A330. Because right now I'm purely staying far away from 737s. Constantine traffic, just be 35 Papa climbing nav level 220. Final call, traffic. Yeah, we'll go with the we'll go with the Neo, the 330-900. real full briefings. What are you talking about? Just kidding. I know what you're talking about. It would be fun. I'll have to organize that one of these days. I have to reinstall X-Plane first. Because in light of me not trusting any software on my PC, it said, you know what, let me just uninstall everything, wipe the whole thing. Here are a select few files that I checked in Google Drive for me to keep, and then it'll take me a week to reinstall it. Remember, I have water heaters I have to maintain as per a contract with David, which we're going down to once every 2 weeks now. As in, we'll do one leg there 1 week, and then the other back week. Yeah, I'll have to get my work schedule first, which I won't know. I might get it today, I might get it tomorrow. I'll get it one of these days, or either today or tomorrow. I have a surprise meeting tomorrow, which I was not expecting. And I think it's because we're losing managers like flies right now. So I might need to step up my hours. Which, I mean, the money wouldn't hurt, but... Oh, I think we do it through something like Discord or something. Either way, it'll be interesting. Alright, so we're going to go visual approach into runway 18 at Patagorcia. I'm going to pronounce it that way. Those are all questions for James, but probably. Excuse me. And yeah, once again, this is my final flight filming because I need to go to work. Well, when I say go to work, I mean really what I mean is go pop my face in for 15 minutes and say goodbye to a good colleague. So, good friend of mine who is taking a hiatus, and when he comes back, I will most likely not be in the country. I mean, he'll be coming back eventually to work for us, but I'll be long gone by the time he comes back. So. Notifications I gotta catch up on real quickly. Maybe a Dusseldorf to. We have to make it interesting. We'd have to make it interesting. Some lesser known airports, but also we'd have to make it easy enough for ILS to work. It'll be a difficult one. We'll have to figure it out. Maybe Dusseldorf to maybe Dusseldorf somewhere. So. Speaking of Joanna, if you're looking for really good payware scenery, the Dusseldorf from Aerosoft is really impressive. It actually does bring it. The airport actually feels alive. Alright, anyway, so we're going to do visual approach into runway 18. Because those winds are a bit too much for they're a bit, I mean, they are within the tailwind limits of the aircraft, but I'd rather not push it. So we're going to do a visual approach into Patagorcia. And what that involves, the elevation shouldn't be that bad. It's making some fixes. So Joanna, I actually remember how to do this, I think. So flight plan. Fixing phone. So it's going to be Lima Yankee Papa Golf runway 18. And I need it'll be it'll be 288. No, wrong one. It'll be 359. Let's see. Put that in the radio. And then give me a radius. Give me a 10 mile final. Or, yeah. Give me 10 mile radius. Let's see here. Paper scenery. You don't get paper scenery. I mean, I will admit, it's not great everywhere, but there are some airports where it really does help. Alright, good, that's perfect. So now I have that line. And thinking is, give me enter destination data already. You've got to be shitting me. Go and get a pilot waypoint at the end of that. Go and get actually 2. You know, it's getting serious with pen and paper. I do. That's when you know it's getting serious, though. Pen and paper is coming out. So we'll do a pilot waypoint named Pampa Golf 185, then Pampa Golf 181, and actually that's all I'll need. Yeah, they are. Okay. Is there a way to add extra rings without having to go and create another fix? Or is there? Because I'd like one for 5 miles, but I don't want to have to retype all this in. Or is it? Well, that's fun. Now I'm under a time crunch. Oh, great! I have to do a second fix. You know, I knew what I was getting myself into, and I knew I'd have time. So, 5 mile time. Wrong button. Waypoints. New waypoint. Papa Golf 185. That is Lima Yankee Papa Golf 3 18. On a heading of 359. Go 5 mile final first. And then Papa Golf 181. Sorry. Yeah. That's what. Lima Yankee Papa Golf 18359 10. Flight plan. Then we go direct final. Let's go Papa Golf 181. Papa Golf 185. place. There we go. And then we fly that all the way down. Map. Lima, Yankee, Papa Golf. 8. There we go. I did that right? I did that correctly. Already. Yeah. And traffic, just Big 35 Papa is going to begin descent now down to altitude, or down to flight level 100 initially. Traffic. Limit speed 250. Yay! And that'll help you on that front. Now it's time to get some altitudes. So by 5 mile final, ideally we should be good. Yeah, I always do pilot waypoints when going into Gibraltar, so they are very useful. All right. We're gonna go flaps through for this one. I mean, time gauge 1010. Temperature to 8. Damn, it's bloody hot. Not anything like what it's been here recently. 160 degrees, 5 knots. There, now it's sold. Variable 100 degrees, 240 degrees. Now it's sold. And go borrow of 2,000. Flaps. Yeah. Yeah, good. Bar of 2,000. So if we don't see the field by 2,000, then we gotta potentially divert. But based on these clouds, that's not gonna be an issue. Garcia in Serbia. Yeah. Well, that's the thing about. And people think that okay, as long as you follow these, you'll be fine. And I made the same mistake before. No, you actually do have to learn how to use this thing eventually. Especially as you go into more complicated, more challenging airports. What's he doing? Is he churning? Ooh, interesting. Where did that go? Again, it is my fault for not paying attention to traffic. Now I'm gonna pull it back to the 220 knots now because I don't know where this guy's going. This guy's like right in my descent path. Oh, he's headed to the same place. Shit. He's headed to the same place. Take up hold somewhere? I mean, I have the fuel. Austrian 73, Quebec, just big 3-5 Papa. Yeah, I'm gonna pick up a hold. But he is first, I can't. And Port Garcia traffic, due to traffic separation, just big 3-5 Papa. Just gonna quickly take up a hold at Mike Oscar Juliet. It'll be northbound turns, heading 180 degrees. Traffic. Easy fix. Hold approximately 1 orbit, and we are a bit high as well, so that's way to do that. Not like I don't have plenty of fuel. Yes, I do. 32012. That gives me a few extra minutes to see what this guy does. If I had to guess, though, he was he was on like that exact same track. So if I had to guess, he's going direct for me 1-8. If I had to guess, so. Very, very quick and easy hold. Or quick and easy as in easy to put in. Just go north southbound turns. Make it left-hand orbits.
Good coordinates of traffic, Austrian 73 Quebec, inbound runway 36 on the Moikovac 2 Bravo arrival, currently descending 9,000 feet, speed 230.
Oh, he's gonna take a different runway. I'm gonna continue to hold actually, because he's gonna take the other runway, and I'm gonna take runway 18 because I'm gonna take a visual approach for runway 18 because I don't want to deal with the tailwind, especially a 6 knot tailwind as well. So, welcome aboard, Ian Aviation. And Porto Garcia traffic, just speak 3-5 Papa. We are currently going to continue to hold at least one more orbit before we go inbound. We're going to take a visual approach for runway 18 as opposed to an RNAV for runway 36. These tailwinds are just a bit too much for me to, just a bit too out of comfort zone. We will inform everyone when we exit this hold. Currently it's north and southbound hold at Mike Oscar Juliet with the headings of 180 degrees and 360 degrees. Porto Garcia traffic. Yeah, I know. That's the thing. He's taking the other runway. I'm gonna just hold, let him go in. let him have his tailwind, and I'll just hold for a minute. I got plenty of fuel, so I mean, still estimating 6.1 tons. So, Port of Garcia, which is a airport in Serbia. We're in a nice, brand painted A321 livery. Yeah, kind of. I mean, we're holding. As you can see on the screen. So, Serbia, not okay. Montenegro, whatever. Novgorod has it wrong. Okay, Serbia, not Montenegro, whatever. Continue to hold here. I'm not aware of the conflict that's going on, but I thought there was a conflict going on. I'm not aware. I don't have knowledge of it though. I understand, as much as I understand, is that this area is a very poor area of Europe. That's all I understand about this area. So. Get one more orbit. I'll wait until he's landed. Because if he goes around, he's gonna be straight in my crosshairs. Yugoslavia, I do recognize, or I do. That sounds like a familiar country. I want this guy to go in, but if he goes around, if I go inbound now, do one more orbit. I need him to land though. That makes sense. I need Austrian to land first, because if he goes around, he's going to be straight in my crosshairs, because I'm about after this it's a turn for final, essentially. It's a turn for a very, very long final. Because we're well within our limits, that's why. We are well within our limits. Actually, I'm not even hand flying it. The plane's hand the plane's flying it. If it thought it was out of limits, then it would have warned me. But it's not out of limits. It's a 10-degree bank. It's a 10-degree turn, not 20. So. It's a 10-degree angle bank. So we are well within our limits. Yeah, I'm gonna reduce. We're probably gonna have to do one more orbit. So I'm going to go ahead and reduce now to minimum clean speed. Yes, yes. The autopilot right now is controlling the aircraft. Yeah, go minimum clean speed. That's the way we'll need to come out of this holding pattern here soon. Yeah, I'll take it over by hand. Probably fly the entire approach by hand. At least from like 7 miles out. Which will suck, but whatever. Well, actually, it won't suck because I have a nice thing. Well, I'm not descending right now. I'm holding because an Austrian decided to go in, and he's taking the reciprocal runway. So if I were to go in now, if he were to go around, it'll be a straight on collision. So I'm just figured may as well hold at minimum clean speed for right now, and then at 10,000, and then I'll go in a moment. Estimating 5.9 tons of fuel. We were 6.3, so it's fine. Happy I know now than at 7,000 feet or... No, he hasn't. He's to the south. Austrian 7-3 Quebec. He is to the south. He's making his This will be a final orbit though. It's always much fun when you have to hold. I mean, it can be annoying at times, but it is fun. Don't ask me why it's fun. It's probably being affected by some of Fry's internet issues. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Oh, thank God he's not listening. Alright. And Chesapeake 35 Papa's exiting the hold now, descending now out to 7,000 feet initially. Traffic. And Port Gracia traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa is going to turn now direct to a 10-mile final for a visual approach for runway 18. Port Gracia traffic. We'll continue at minimum clean speed. Yeah, if he were to go around, then we should be fine now. So, it's that concern that if he were to go around, that's why holding is the best option. I'm not necessarily low altitude. Passing 9,500 feet now. And it's not. I mean, there are certainly some winds up here, but it's not actually that bad. We're not as low as you think. We're gonna aim to be 4,000 by 10-mile final. That's what we're gonna aim for. I am very familiar with Toga. I am very, very well familiar with Toga. Take off and go around power. Bring flaps up to 2. Slam those engines into. You see, we're fine. Absolutely fine. The slight patch of clouds. Absolutely fine. This isn't as close as Innsbruck or Queenstown. Aiming for safe here, unfortunately, so that probably means quite firm. Aiming for a safe one, not a floaty one. Gotta be careful with those landings, with those A330 landings, because the issue with those is they might be soft, but they're more often than not afloat, which means you use up a lot of runway. So yay, thank you. We're gonna have to go radar vectors, I think. Well, we're out of range, that's the issue. We're gonna go flaps full. That's the intention. Flaps full. And we have an 8,000 foot runway. So. No, we are fully set up for a visual approach. I'm gonna maintain 7,000 feet for right now. Gotta get behind there. Then we're good. Oh yeah, incredible. If my frames decide to be nice to me. Only hurdle, only potential train that we might have to worry about is the mountain right in front of us. Should be within limits. Yep, we're doing 4 reversers. Because I always go full reversers, and just because it's a lot easier than doing half reversers. Full reversers always. Oh great. I have to vector around this. So we're gonna turn final right there, but I need to be 5,000 feet. Is we'll descend now. What's the airport elevation again? May not work. So be really careful here. Fry flew me into, or Fry maybe go into Innsbruck the other day. Nope, I have mine disabled. Fry made me go into Innsbruck last week and it was well worth it. Nope. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna, I think it's about time that I just hand fly this thing. Reduce now. 180 knots. I can understand. I can understand, trust me. That's one now. But yeah, yeah. What James said. Port Garcia traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa entering visual approach now for a light. Port Garcia traffic. Maybe 2,000 feet there. I think if I can get a runway in sight, though, that would be ideal. Approachment's already been activated. Actually, we're fine now. Innsbruck has you going like right above the mountains, so it's fine. Innsbruck and actually Queenstown, which is another place that Fry dragged me into. Very, very fun though. Now, if only I can get a view on the airfield. Yeah, vectoring around that was a smart move. Otherwise, we would have gone kaput. Oh, medium was not bad. This isn't bad. It's a lot of focusing. A lot of knowing what to do. Field in sight. You know what, I'm going to take it over by hand in a moment. I got the field in sight though. Puerto Garcia traffic, just big 35 Papa. Currently 7 mile final now. Visual approach runway 18. Final call. Puerto Garcia traffic. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My controls. Nope, I'm not doing flight directors, just going visual. Flaps full, gear down. I got the field in sight, that's what matters. Should be on track FPA mode. Oh, that is smart.
2,500.
And we'll just kind of aim at the bird.
Hundred above.
Continue. Runways in sight.
Minimum.
Continue. I set 2,000 as a thing, because I figured if we could see the field by 2,000, we were fucked. We were. I was right about that.
One thousand.
Bit of a wind.
500.
Good.
One hundred.
Sink rate.
40,
Sink
30,
rate.
20. Retard.
There you go. 1.4 Gs. Get on the ground. I have to go. I have to leave in like 20 minutes. That's why. I would agree though. If it wasn't press-on-itis, I would have gone around. But I also really didn't want to go around. So. Not with that delay already. From Austrian coming in. That was fun though. Porto Garcia traffic, Chesapeake 35 Papa now clear the runway. Porto Garcia traffic. Okay, flaps. Alright. Here we go, landing lights off. APU on. 3, 2, 1. So we came. Okay. that seems good. Looking at those mountains now, and we had to come through all those. It's not as bad as it looks from over here, but still, fully visual approach. It's fun though. Was certainly fun. Words. It's the texturing effect. Actually, most of the time, there's no cracks on the runway. Most of the time, it's actually rubber from the rubber on the physical wheels burning. So. That's fun though. Alright, we're just gonna park up and then I'm going to go off to work for 15 to 20 minutes and after that I'm gonna go to bed because I've been going on. By the time I go to bed I will be going on 21 hours, so I will. By the time I actually have a chance to get to bed, I will have been operating on 21 hours without sleep. So, which I'm willing to do every once in a while. So. All right. AP is available. Grumpy or evil. Look at it, what he posted in Discord. Grumpy is evil. No, because I don't actually have a decent 747 that I can use. Hoping the Team DG won't come out with one someday, but I don't actually have a decent 747 I can use. Alright, go ahead and park this thing right about here. I can operate a 777 next. 777's amazing. I was saying, 777 rules the world. Maybe it's good. Because, and that's because it really does. Alright. Oh, 737 now. Now that thing is rusty. Don't get me started with the 737. The 737 is quite literally garbage wrapped in cat shit covered in dog shit. And the garbage is just rusty bolts. So there you go. That's my opinion on the 737. Alright, it did make a loss. Oh, come on. Come on. And it thought it was fine. Thought it was fine. Thought it would maybe ding me for an unstable approach, though. It did make a loss, though, which I knew I was going to. Wrong aircraft. The 319 would have done this better. But a 10. At least I got a 10 on it. Alright. Well, that is all I have time for today. Thank you all so much for tuning in to this second little stream that I... This stream was a last-second decision. I decided, you know what? Let me do something else than sit here. So, anyway, thank you all so much for tuning in. I have to go into work now for 15-20 minutes. And I'll see you all in the next one, which will probably be tonight. So long.